particular, while the conservative stresses the fact that we're embedded. Now, of course, we are both things, but the consequence of this is you get two kinds of political theory. One that begins with society, and then once we analyze society, we'll tell you what you can do and what you can't do.
Us to peer at the primary building blocks of matter for whatever reason, we're starting to find some really weird stuff. You know, Buckminster Fuller perhaps had it right when he said God is a verb. You know, there's an amazing article by Kevin Kelly called The Fifth and Sixth Discontinuities, where he essentially talks about a series.
It took me years to figure out what actually happened. Here's what happened. I judged what I had played. Miles didn't. Miles just accepted it as something new that happened.
And I didn't immediately send a telegram to Louis Leakey because I felt I'd better see it again. Maybe I dreamt it. It's too exciting. So I then saw David Greybeard and another about 2 days later doing the same thing. Okay, it was real. And that meant sending somebody into Kigoma on the boat, which took a long
system that it's a hard story for, I think, the media to tell on a day-to-day basis. Look, the point is this. My first job is to protect the American people. It is entirely legitimate for the American people to be deeply concerned when you've got a bunch of
to think about rethinking what they were supposed to do. Because what was happening is that everybody was looking up, and you weren't seeing the kind of bottom-up innovation we saw at Pixar or Google. So they began to work on that. They stopped giving answers. They stopped trying to provide solutions. Instead, what they did is they began to see the people.
I mean, all of these nodes in the network do not need to know each other or trust each other, because they each have the ability to monitor and validate the chain for themselves. Think back to Wikipedia. It's a shared database. And even though it has multiple readers and multiple writers at the same time.
And my work has been to extend the human lifespan indefinitely. And I've never questioned that someday we'll reach a point where we'll be content. But the opposite keeps happening. The longer we live, the longer we want to live, the less we want to die. Who can blame us?
And I got into it because I wanted to help people feel better. But too often my treatments made them feel worse. I still remember young women being driven to my clinic by their moms. Adults who had to be helped into my exam room by their moms.
It's how I train my mind to be unconventional and to be creative and to decide to make human apple ears. So the next time any of you are looking at some old, broken down, malfunctioning piece of crap technology, I want you to think of me, because I want it.
In order to live the lives that we say we want to live. In 1915, on the eve of one of the great suffrage demonstrations down Fifth Avenue in New York City, a writer in New York wrote an article in a magazine. And the title of the article was Feminism for Men. And this was the first line of that article. Feminism will make it possible for the first time for men to be free. Thank you.
I cringe, though, when I'm referred to as a finger painter. But I don't use any tools, and I have always used my fingers and palms to manipulate the pigment on the paper. Drawing is a form of meditation for me. It quiets my mind. I don't perceive what I'm drawing as ice or water. Instead, the image is stripped down.
He recites verses from the Quran, begging his God to live. He senses he is dying. He didn't die. His right eye left him. His fiancée left him. His land
it as an attitude, not a profession, to be in tune with the times. And sadly, the same applied to another design maverick, Richard Buckminster Fuller. He was yet another brilliant design visionary and design activist who was completely committed to designing a sustainable.
Be territorial. You do not want to mess with a hippo or a rhino or a water buffalo. The bison in Yellowstone injure far more people than do the grizzly bears. So can you imagine a big bull, 65-ton dreadnoughtus in the breeding season defending a territory?
And that's incredibly important to everyone in this room, because where it was a little hotter, there was a little more stuff. And where there was a little more stuff, we have galaxies and clusters of galaxies and superclusters and all the structure you see in the cosmos. And those small little inhomogeneities, 20 parts in a million, those were formed by quantum.
Toward the side of the boat, not allowed to touch it, not allowed to get out, but Bonnie and her team hands me nutrition and asks me what I'm doing, how am I all right? I am seeing the Taj Mahal over here. I'm in a very different state. And I'm thinking,
who show the promise to be those citizens without borders. I'm ready to reach out and embrace a new global democracy, to take back our democracy. And the only question is, are you? Thank you so much, my fellow citizens.
As citizens, I'm asking you not to leave any child behind. I'm asking you not to be colorblind, but to be color brave, so that every child knows that their future matters and their dreams are possible. Thank you.
Figure out how to live with each other, billions of each other. Only we're not living with each other. Our crazy selves are living with each other and perpetuating an epidemic of disconnection. Let's live with each other and take it a breath at a time. If we can get...
I told him to tell me not what he sees, but what he feels.
So cool.
He told me he felt insignificant. I knew immediately what he was seeing.
As you journey down the river, the rapids in the Grand Canyon just get more and more intense.
She objected to my presenting the paper as purely hers, and I had to compromise the matter as indicated in the title.
I see. So he said publish it just as Alice Lee.
Yes, and she insisted. Still, I want the paper
is all about and help explain to them what an experience might be like. I've got anywhere from 5 to maybe 100 potential students calling me at any given time. And because I want to make sure that they're all equally prepared for their outward bound experience, I need to take pretty thorough notes on every conversation.
That gave people a level of confidence that we were going to get.
And the firm has done spectacularly since then.
So I think we are the only firm, and I said I look at us more as a services company than a financial services company, but we are the only firm that has done better post-financial crisis than pre. If you're a major bank,
to the richest Americans going to our rich corporations.
So we have a tax code that encourages companies to send their profits abroad, to send jobs abroad, and to reward owners of their company whose money may not come back to the United States.
It doesn't make any sense, you might say. And
source in a way, you know, shout out to the Metahaven intern. But I'd like to talk to you about Boss, about Holly Herndon as the sort of orchestrator behind this, in an open-ended way. Like, how do you negotiate being in all these very complex, very engaged relationships with lots of different collaborators, and yet at the end of the day,
technical theater classes either way are going to give you the basis for how to work in a group. Because in theater you have the directors, and you have the designers, and then you have their keys that help build all the stuff. So you have to understand how to work in a team, and how decisions you make can affect the rest of the members of the team.
Because in the last 5 to 10 years, a revolution has taken place in science and medicine. We've mined the human genome. We can visualize organs and tissues with astonishing clarity. We were never able to do that. We handle big data. We do sophisticated molecular.
And at that point, you have to come to a decision. You actually have to make a choice. You either continue to swim upstream against the grain of who you are, or you surrender to that voice. It feels, for some initially, like it's just a free.
Diseases were eradicated. That, to you, an example of.
For me, it's an example of humans liking humans being very unhappy with complicated situations. Like GMOs is similar. Like I can't say I'm 100% pro-GMO or 100% anti-GMO.
Put our ingenuity and can-do spirit to work to fight for a brighter future. Thanks.
So I wrote this letter and I was like, will you tell me how to design my life? TED is about T-E-D. The D is about design, the designed life. So I said, will you help me design my life? And I was so excited. 4 days later, I got this letter back from my grandpa. I read it and it said, sorry, Ty, I can't help.
You're saying that you can trust yourself to handle life's challenges. And you're remembering that you don't have to face them alone. Thank you.
Thank you. I've noted the continued importance of paying attention to children in poverty. But children can also exacerbate the poverty of adults, given that they are inevitably dependent, and their care requires time and it requires money. This is a much more acute problem than it was 50 years ago, simply because there are so many more women in the labor force.
Binary model. It's going to be much easier for people to engage with. But people were very attached to the 5-star rating system. Video creators really loved their ratings. Millions and millions of people were accustomed to the old design. So in order to help people prepare themselves for change and acclimate to the new design more quickly, we actually published the
I had to do was exactly the same thing that I used to have to do all the time when I was an equally disoriented failure. I had to get my ass back to work. And that's what I did. And that's how in 2010 I was able to publish the dreaded follow-up to Eat, Pray, Love. And you know what happened with that book? It bombed. And I was fine. Actually, I kind of felt bulletproof because I knew that I had broken the spell and I had.
We used to think, all these erroneous consensus realities that we had agreed upon that were smashed by science, transforming the way we understood ourselves. We used to think we were separate from the other animals, and then we realized that we were descended from apes, and then it just keeps getting weirder and weirder, because now we're at the point that through quantum physics, through things like nanotechnology, we used to think the Earth was the center of the universe. We used to think, all these erroneous consensus realities that we had agreed upon that were smashed by science, transforming the way we understood ourselves. We used to think we were separate from the other animals, and then we realized that we were descended from apes, and then it just keeps getting weirder and weirder, because now we're starting to understand is that at the most primary level, reality, matter, actually seems like it's made up of information, okay? Like John Archibald Wheeler, the quantum physicist, used to say that it comes from bit, okay? Bits as in bits of computer data, like data comes before matter.
And an individual with its rights in order to think about what a society can and cannot do to the individual. So those are two different views of human nature and the nature of human society, as opposed to reactionaries and revolutionaries who are focused on the nature of history instead. As individual human beings, we think back to our childhoods. Some of us don't want to think back to our childhoods. We might want to think back to our university years. It's not just individuals, though, that experience nostalgia. It's also true that societies can experience it. Religions can experience it. And the idea we're going to go back to some imaginary past or semi-imaginary past, we're going to apply Sharia law, and once we do, everything in the world will be fine. But the other thing a nostalgic reactionary mind can do is to say that we can't go back. But the present is unacceptable. Therefore, we must leap over and the power of the individual to become something particular, while the conservative stresses the fact that we're embedded. Now, of course, we are both things, but the consequence of this is you get two kinds of political theory. One that begins, so you're not to think of yourself simply as an individual, but rather as someone embedded in a society who has responsibilities towards the future and somewhat to the past. And conservatives also have an idea that we don't just live as individuals, we live embedded in a society.
Try to do, and that is try to make anything that happens into something of value.
Some of us don't want to think back to our childhoods. We might want to think back to our university years. It's not just individuals, though, that experience nostalgia. It's also true that societies can experience it. Religions can experience it. And when nostalgia past or semi-imaginary past, we're going to apply Sharia law, and once we do, everything in the world will be fine. But the other thing a nostalgic reactionary mind can do is to say that we can't go back. But the present is unacceptable. Therefore, we must leap over the present and create a future.
Well, now we shall have to redefine man, redefine tool, or accept chimpanzees as humans.
He was able to help that director reconceive the character in a subtle but important way that really improved the story. So what we know is, at the heart of innovation is a paradox. You have to unleash the talents and passions of many people, and you have to harness them into a work that is actually useful.
Cobbled together today and used to lower uncertainty about who we're dealing with. But the problem is they're very fragmented. Think about how many profiles you have. Blockchains allow for us to create an open global platform on which to store any attestation.
You have to harness them into a work that is actually useful. Innovation is a journey. It's a type of collaborative problem solving, usually among people who have different expertise and different points of view. Innovations rarely get created full-blown. As many of you know, they're the result usually.
I think it's closest in description to something like Wikipedia. We can see everything on Wikipedia. It's a composite view that's constantly changing and being updated. We can also track those changes over time on Wikipedia, and we can create our own wikis, because at their core, they're just
work and family. We often have two phrases that we use to describe what we do. We pitch in and we help out. And I'm going to propose something a little bit more radical. One word: share. Because here's what the data show. When men share housework and childcare, their children do better in school.
Separately, these two teams were allowed to work full-time on their particular approach. In engineering reviews, Bill described his role as injecting honesty into the process by driving debate. Early on, the teams were encouraged to build prototypes so that they could, quote, bump them up against reality.
That insight is what moved me to write my book, The True American. This immigrant begging America to be as merciful to a native son as it had been to an adopted one. In the mini-mart, all those years earlier, not just two men, but two Americas.
And there is no way to be in this universe without math. I know. I tried everything. I tried creating a photon box where the Higgs field was altered. I tried recording all subatomic movements in my body and replaying them on closed loop. Nothing worked.
Perhaps you'll be inspired to protect and preserve them. Behavioral psychology tells us that we take action and make decisions based on our emotions above all else. And studies have shown that art impacts our emotions more effectively than a scary news report.
Year-old boys, they immediately turned to me that it's his mom, right? No problem, just like that. Except for my son, who said, well, he could have two dads. That's an index, an indicator of how things have changed. Younger men today, and the reason I'm telling you this is I want you to hear the title of this particular show. It was a quote from one of the men, and the quote was, "A black woman stole my job." And they all told their stories, qualified for jobs, qualified for promotions, didn't get it, really angry. And then it was my turn to speak. And I said, I have just one question for you guys.
Mission to convey the urgency of climate change through my work. I've traveled north to the Arctic to capture the unfolding story of polar melt, and south to the equator to document the subsequent rising seas. Most recently, I visited the icy coast of Greenland and the low-lying islands of the Maldives.
So when we look at why it is that Pixar is actually able to do what it does, we have to ask ourselves, what's going on here? For sure, history, and certainly Hollywood, is full of star-studded teams that have failed. Most of those failures are attributed to too many stars or
but more likely to go to a doctor for routine screenings. They are less likely to see a therapist, less likely to be diagnosed with depression, less likely to be taking prescription medication. So when men share housework and childcare, the men are happier and healthier. And who wouldn't want that? And finally, when men share housework and childcare,
that, if I challenge people to build the equipment they need out of the garbage I find, it's a great way to foster creativity. And what happened was that artists and scientists from around the world started coming to my lab. And it's not just because we value unconventional ideas, it's because we test and validate them with scientific
to fulfill Florence Nightingale's dream of improving healthcare in countries where more people now have access to cell phones than to clean running water. And among them is Arthur Zhang. He's a young Cameroonian design engineer who has adapted a tablet computer into the CardioPad, a mobile.
That 10 seconds took one animator almost 6 months to perfect. The other thing about a Pixar movie is that no part of the movie is considered finished until the entire movie wraps. So partway through one production, an animator drew a character with an arched eyebrow that suggested a mischievous side. When the No, they know how to have very heated but constructive arguments to create a portfolio of alternatives. Individuals and innovative organizations learn how to inquire, they learn how to actively listen. But guess what? They also learn how to advocate for their point of view. They understand that innovation rarely happens unless you
another bone around, but it made us hungry to go back the next year for more. And on the first day of that next field season, I found this, another 2-meter femur. Only this time not isolated, this time associated with 145 other bones of a giant plant eater. And after 3 more hard, really brutal field seasons,
and I got to work on a new approach for breast cancer patients that could do a better job of telling the healthy cells from the unhealthy or cancer cells. It's a drug called Herceptin. And what Herceptin allowed us to do is to precisely target
creating difficult to decipher palimpsests of long-gone landscapes. Pages that do find sanctuary under the advancing sands of time are never truly safe. Unlike the moon, our dead rocky companion, the Earth is alive, pulsing with creative and destructive forces that power it.
At the time, all weapons were made by hand to different specifications. So if an archer ran out of arrows during a battle, they wouldn't necessarily be able to fire another archer's arrows from their bow. This, of course, meant that they would be less effective in combat and very vulnerable too. Ying solved this problem by
and I'm not even sure I know how to figure out how to get there. For sure, there are times when visionary leadership is exactly what is needed. But if we want to build organizations that can innovate time and again, we must recast our understanding of what leadership is about. Leading innovation is about creating the space where people are willing and able,
but other mobile medical devices to treat different conditions. And he isn't alone, because there are many other inspiring and enterprising designers who are also pursuing extraordinary projects of their own. And I'm going to finish by looking at just a few of them. One is Peak Vision.
Is that going to be on the test? How do you spell structural? So I hope you all can see this is what objectivity looks like. Disembodied Western rationality. And that, by the way,
who was completely committed to designing a sustainable society in such a forward-thinking way that he started talking about the importance of environmentalism in design in the 1920s. Now, he, despite his efforts, was routinely mocked as a crank by many in the design establishment and admitted
whose ambition has been to help people learn to lead. But recently I've discovered that what many of us think of as great leadership does not work when it comes to leading innovation. I'm an ethnographer. I use the methods of anthropology to understand the questions in which I'm interested. So along with 3 co-conspirators, I spent nearly a decade observing up
from Earth would have caused it to miss our planet by a wide margin. The pivotal calamitous day during which the dinosaurs were wiped out, setting the stage for the modern world as we know it, didn't have to be. It could have just been another day. A Thursday, perhaps. Among the 63 billion days already enjoyed by the dinosaurs.
So seriously, please find any way to get in touch with me, and let's see what we can build. Thank you.
Done, they have to put ideology and religion and ethnicity aside and draw their cities together. We saw this a couple of decades ago when Teddy Kollek, the great mayor of Jerusalem in the 80s and the 90s, was besieged one day in his office by religious leaders from all of the backgrounds.
An animal like Dreadnoughtus would have had to have been a model of efficiency. That long neck and long tail help it radiate heat into the environment, passively controlling its temperature. And that long neck also serves as a super efficient feeding mechanism. Dreadnoughtus could stand in one place and with that neck clear out a huge envelope of vegetation, taking in tens of thousands of calories.
Or intervene in a mugging in the street as he goes to work because he sees it. No head of state would be permitted by their security detail to do it, nor be in a position to do it. That's the difference. And the difference has to do with the character of cities themselves, because cities are profoundly multi.
Why do they know how to do those things at Google? Well, many of the people that worked for Bill told us, in their opinion, Bill was one of the finest leaders in Silicon Valley. And we completely agreed. The man is a genius. Leadership is the secret sauce, but it's a different kind of.
I still remember young women being driven to my clinic by their moms, adults who had to be helped into my exam room by their mothers. They were so weak from the treatment I had given them. But at the time, in those front lines on
Greenland are one of the largest contributing factors to rising sea levels, which have already begun to drown some of our world's lowest lying islands. 1 year after my trip to Greenland, I visited the Maldives, the lowest and flattest country in the entire world. While I was there, I collected.
Let's think for a minute about what it takes to make a Pixar movie. No solo genius, no flash of inspiration produces one of those movies. On the contrary, it takes about 250 people, 4 to 5 years, to make one of those movies. To help us understand the process, an individual in the studio drew a version
that sees gender equality as something that is detrimental to men. I was on a TV talk show opposite 4 white men. This is the beginning of the book I wrote, Angry White Men. These were 4 angry white men who believed that they, white men in America, were the victims of.
We had a chance to visit many of the Inuit communities in Greenland that now face huge challenges. The locals spoke to me of vast areas of sea ice that are no longer freezing over as they once did, and without ice, their hunting and harvesting grounds are severely diminished, threatening their way of life and survival.
And how they therefore promise to transform our economic systems in radical ways. So uncertainty is kind of a big term in economics, but I want to go through 3 forms of it that we face in almost all of our everyday transactions, where blockchains can play a role. We face uncertainties like not knowing.
He says if you're trying to solve a really hard problem, really hard, that you should have a diverse group of people, including those with diverse intellects. The example that he gives is the smallpox epidemic. When it was ravaging Europe, they brought together all these scientists and they were stumped. And the beginnings of the cure.
The group whose beepers would have to go off in the middle of the night if something went wrong with the website, they heard loud and clear about the limitations of their particular design. As the need for a solution became more urgent, and as the data or the evidence began to come in, it became pretty clear that the big table solution was the right one for
that they need to live the lives they say they want to live in order to live the lives that we say we want to live. In 1915, on the eve of one of the great suffrage demonstrations down Fifth Avenue in New York City, a writer in New York wrote an article in a magazine. And the title of the article,
in fact, that this chance called for him to give a second chance to a man we might think deserved no chance at all. 12 years ago, I was a fresh graduate seeking my way in the world. Born in Ohio to Indian immigrants.
So, now I've established some of the obstacles to engaging men, but why should we support gender equality? Of course, it's fair, it's right, and it's just. But more than that, gender equality is also in our interest as men. If you listen to what men say,
then maybe we can use an asparagus to form new connections between the ends of damaged and severed nerves, or maybe even the spinal cord. Now, don't get me wrong, this is exceptionally challenging and really hard work to do, and we are not the only ones working on this, but we are the only ones using it.
And I could have chosen to specialize in any of those fields, but I picked design because I believe it's one of the most powerful tools at our disposal to improve our quality of life. Thank you, fellow TED design buffs. And greatly as I admire the achievements of
work outside the home and be just as committed to their careers as they are. I was talking, give you an illustration of this change. Some of you may remember this. When I was a lot younger, I remember there was a riddle that was posed to us, and some of you may wince to remember this riddle. This riddle went something like this. A man...
Adults who had to be helped into my exam room by their mothers. They were so weak from the treatment I had given them. But at the time, in those front lines on the war on cancer, we had few tools. And the tools we did have couldn't...
But I'm just gonna look ahead and trust that you're there. I've drawn a semicircle in the sand in front of me so I don't walk past it and look like I'm floating in midair. Right now I'm standing in the open air, on a beach, under a palm tree.
Driven learning, where you act as opposed to plan your way to the future. It's about design thinking, where you have that interesting combination of the scientific method and the artistic process. It's about running a series of experiments, not a series of pilots. Experiments are usually about learning. When you get a negative outcome, you're still really learning something that you
kept going back to that thing that Naveed said to me that day in Azadi Square, that without that basic constraint, a universe that granted mass to matter, we would not exist. That's one rule. Another rule is that all mass is subject to entropy. And there is no way to be in
the failure to address all of these transnational problems, but we will risk losing democracy itself, locked up in the old nation-state box, unable to address global problems democratically. So, where does that lead?
Today grows miserly with first chances to the children of its own. America still dazzles at allowing anybody to become an American, but it is losing its luster at allowing every American to become a somebody. Over the last decade, 7 million foreigners gained American. And years later, he would ask what he could do to repay his God and become worthy of this second chance. He would come to believe, in fact, that this chance called for him to give a second chance to a man we might think deserved no chance at all.
You had to figure out how to get the outside lawyers, 19 competitors, to collaborate and innovate. We studied the head of marketing at a German automaker, where fundamentally they believed that it was the design engineers, not the marketeers, who were allowed to be innovative. We also studied Vineet Nair at HCL Technologies, an Indian outsourcing company.
Other generations had to build a fresh society after slavery, pull through a depression, defeat fascism, freedom ride in Mississippi. The moral challenge of my generation, I believe, is to reacquaint these two Americas, to choose union over secession.
And we're not trying to solve any particular disease. This is just a place where people can come and ask fascinating questions and find answers. And I realized a long time ago that, if I challenge people to build the equipment they need out of the garbage I find, it's a great way to foster creativity. And what happened was that
if you listen to what men say about what they want in their lives, gender equality is actually a way for us to get the lives we want to live. Gender equality is good for countries. It turns out, according to most studies, it turns out that those countries that are the most
the first thing I'm going to do is look up who I'm buying from. Are they a power user? Do they have great reviews and ratings? Or do they have no profile at all? Reviews, ratings, check marks, these are the attestations about our identities that we cobble together today and use to lower
worry about number one, they have to work together, and they do work together. They work together in climate change, for example. Organizations like the C40, like ICLE, which I mentioned, have been working together many, many years before Copenhagen. In Copenhagen, 4 or 5 years ago, 184 nations came together to explain to one another why their sovereignty
sitting in this room, not to have to think about race every split second of our lives. Privilege is invisible to those who have it. Now remember, I was the only man in this group. So when I witnessed this, I went, oh no. And somebody said, well, what was that reaction? And I said, well, when I wake up in the morning and I look in the mirror.
Her mission was to provide decent health care for everyone. Now, Nightingale was born into a rather grand, very wealthy British family who were horrified when she volunteered to work in military hospitals during the Crimean War. Once there, she swiftly realized that more patients were dying of infections.
You have to unleash the talents and passions of many people, and you have to harness them into a work that is actually useful. Innovation is a journey. It's a type of collaborative problem solving, usually among people who have different expertise and different points of view. Innovations rarely get created for
Technology have enabled them to operate increasingly independently in or out of a commercial context to pursue ever more ambitious and eclectic objectives. So in theory, basic platforms like crowdfunding, cloud computing, social media are giving greater freedom to
the benefits of the traditional institutions we're used to using in society. But it does this in a decentralized way. It does this by converting a lot of our uncertainties into certainties. So I think we need to start preparing ourselves because we're about to face a world.
Stuff outside, but by going to the South Pole and spending 3 years looking at the detailed structure of the night sky, we can figure out that we're probably in a universe that looks kind of like that. And that amazes me. Thanks a lot.
And I had to compromise the matter as indicated in the title.
I see. So he said publish it just as Alice Lee.
Yes, and she insisted. Still, I want the paper treated as hers.
That's great of Pearson, I suppose, isn't it?
It is really nice. It is really nice.
I've got anywhere from 5 to maybe 100 potential students calling me at any given time. And because I want to make sure that they're all equally prepared for their outward bound experience, I need to take pretty thorough notes on every conversation I have. The same goes for my design of custom. Take them as old as you can get your doctor to sign off to go on these programs. My main responsibility as the outreach and admissions coordinator is that I'm the first point of contact most people have with Outward Bound. Whether they call in to our informational hotline, I meet them at a school or community event, or we wind up running into each other. Partnership with Backpacker Magazine, and I was able to help them co-create some online outdoor skills classes. And I got to help write the curriculum and do the filming of these classes. And that was something I never even knew that Outward Bound did on a regular basis. And then stepping into a more office and supportive type of commission. People come into this field because they love to explore. They're adventurous. They like to try new things, and they're excited about sharing their passion with other people. And I love surrounding myself with like-minded people who equally believe that through wilderness experience, we can change our...
We need leaders who really desire to be creative change agents. And, you know, I look at business, and I often say this in our company, I'm a child of the 70s. I don't believe that people who grew up in the 70s forgot about the employees. And so we actually had to leave our building for around 11 months. We were in a 3-state area, and it took me a day and a half to get back. We actually had to charter a plane. We couldn't use our own company plane. And we got back. We should never lose focus of that objective to grow.
So what was the low point in this? When your volumes went to?
Oh yeah,
everything
volumes went negative. Credit losses went up. So you talk about the affluent segment. Well, there were a lot of people in Florida and California.
Go through periods where I just don't listen to anything at all. Fair enough. I guess one thing that was kind of like interesting or eye-opening about Unsound was kind of the shift of production technique over the last couple of years. So Richie Houghton did like a...
And so it's, of course, exciting to think about electronic music, contemporary artwork's role in, you know, expanding the possibilities. And I guess that brings me to the question of, you know, you began with talking about the way in which both the club and the academy have their sort of unspoken rules. You know, you can't use a 4/4 kick.
And of course I have to let go sometimes and be like, I'm not gonna micromanage this. You know, there are decisions that were made where if it was all up to me, I would have been like, no, but then I kind of, you know, did this like, okay, I'm gonna let it go. And then in the end, I was glad that, you know, like I said no to lip singing to Home for like weeks. They were like, you started, you know, from when movement came out to today, I feel like people have shifted their perspective. People are more open to things. I feel like, you know, genres are more smashed together. I feel like pop isn't as dirty of a word as it was several years ago. It's funny, I was at Unsound a couple weeks ago.
Why? Well, let me put it in a broader context. Our country faces a lot of challenges. We, as you mentioned, 20 million Americans would like a full-time job and can't get one. We have growing inequality. We have environmental.
Came. It wasn't like, you know, I want you to do this and do that. It was like, we were both coming together. How can we create something new together? And it's the same with like, you know, I've been with Matt for like 8 years now, and he has such an intimate, that's why it's so amazing that we can collaborate so much, because he has such an intimate knowledge of my work that I don't have to go through and explain things, or how can I push myself to different places where I'm uncomfortable, but it's still me, where I'm, you know, challenging myself. So I think it's partly personal, and I think it's also partly cultural. I think that the landscape has changed from when I started, you know, from when movement came out to today. I feel like people have...
Somebody has to make up the difference. I mean, we can't survive as a society without roads, infrastructure, education, police, firemen. Somebody is going to have to pay these costs.
Summarizing what you say in here about your proposal, raise the corporate tax rate, but provide generous tax credits for corporations that invest in
contribute to our society. We would divert more of our resources, scarce resources, more of our talents, to the kind of entrepreneurial activities, innovative activities that Americans have, and into activities that would create jobs. And that would make our economy more competitive.
It's really, you know, I've had like very specific ideas of things that I've wanted to communicate, and then trying to do that with a synthesizer, I'm like, how do I get this across with like this tool? So yeah, I think it kind of goes both ways. Sounds are super embedded with all kinds of like cultural and historical, I guess you could call it baggage, but also you could call it, you know, richness.
Yep.
Yeah. That were made where if it was all up to me, I would have been like, no, but then I kind of, you know, did this like, okay, I'm gonna let it go. And then in the end, I was glad that, you know, like I said no to lip singing to Home for like weeks. They were like, you have to. And I was like, hell no, I'm not lip syncing. But finally it came around, and actually.
Right? And they're going to be paying taxes because they don't have the opportunities for tax avoidance that the people who have the Cayman Islands and can use these unlimited IRAs and other ways of tax avoidance, you know, they don't keep the money in the Cayman Islands because the sunshine makes the money grow better.
Dark money, money in the shadows, money now.
And actually, I wanted to ask you about your process, not as I mean, obviously it's collaborator, you're acknowledging your collaborators in a way which is very great, you know, sort of transparent and open source in a way, you know, shout out to the MetaHaven intern. But I'd like to talk to you about Boss, about Holly Herndon as the sort of orchestrator behind.
Yeah, I was listening to some of your music yesterday as I was kind of like preparing this, and Jace wrote this really awesome article on auto-tune for free several years ago, and I was listening to some of the production and some of the tracks. There's this, in a lot of the Middle Eastern music, there's this kind of like violin sweep that happens often, and
Somebody has to make up the difference.
Somebody has to make up the difference. I mean, we can't survive as a society without roads, infrastructure, education, police, firemen. Somebody is going to have to pay these costs.
Summarizing what you say in here about your proposal, raise the corporate tax rate, but provide generous tax credits.
Ended it with, sometimes it's easier to sing an idea than it is to program it.
yeah, I was listening to some of your music yesterday as I was kind of like preparing this, and Jace wrote this really awesome article on auto-tune for free several years ago, and I was listening to some of the production and some of the tracks. There's this, in a lot of the night when people really just need to be like slapped in the face with a 4/4, then they're probably not going to want to listen to me doing Breathe. So like maybe like don't put me in that slot. But I think audiences have like, I don't know if this is just, I don't know if like my booking agent and the promoters are getting better at slotting me or if audiences are evolving, but I feel
we're going to survive. I immediately that day went to the victims' families and met with them, which was a really incredible emotional experience. And what was also very important is I decided that I would have
different people bring different things to the table, of course. And the collaboration with MetaHaven and Matt, I mean, it was really emotional and it was really intense. I mean, we had these like huge Google Doc conversations, like just paragraphs and paragraphs of us unloading ideas on each other. And, you know, there were like angry Skype conversations and, you know, it's like passionate conversations.
Somebody is going to have to pay these costs.
Summarizing what you say in here about your proposal, raise the corporate tax rate, but provide generous tax credits for corporations that invest in the U.S. and create jobs here. Eliminate the loopholes that distort the economy, increase taxes on corporations, the profits of which are associated. The figures make sense to me, but the politics doesn't, because these are the people, once again, who dominate our system with their contributions to the politicians who then have no interest in changing a system that rewards their donors.
We have this vicious cycle where economic inequality gets translated into political inequality.
Direction as I've expanded to include Matt and Colin in the band. But, you know, just if promoters know that it's like a time in the night when people really just need to be like slapped in the face with a 4/4, then they're probably not going to want to listen to me doing Breathe. So like maybe like don't put me in that slot. But I think audiences also
very difficult for us to come back. We came back stronger than ever as a company.
So I want to sort of use that to bridge to 2008. Okay. So you're in Manhattan, you're in the center of all of this, and Austin can help with the timing. Basically what happens is
he had operated on to remove their tumors. Those patients who developed an infection afterwards tended to do better. Their tumors tended to stay in remission. And so he thought, well, there must be something in the infection, there must be some presence in those bacteria, some thing that they're making that
and that leads you to the fourth phase, which is flow.
And that's where you live without thinking, where you actually just find yourself moving from a place of a deeper wisdom than your intellectual, rational mind can manufacture. It's something that...
What is a plausible strategy to affect change?
The four most common cancers that account for about 80% of all cancer deaths are lung, breast, colorectal cancer, and prostate cancer. Now think about preventive measures for those. Well, when we think...
And it begins to actually often go against the grain of everything you've been told and everything you've been influenced by. It starts giving you information that may not even make intellectual sense. Do this, go there, quit your job, take an airplane, fly across the world, whatever.
And the pharmaceutical companies to come up with new drugs. Right now, the NIH budget is in contrast to a country like China, where they're pouring money into basic research. The NIH budget is leading to an exit of the most talented scientists and researchers from...
And it's such a wonderful thing to be able to crunch numbers, using business statistics. I love that. It's so beautiful. But really, the tools that I use on a daily, on an hourly basis when I interact with people would be social skills and that confidence that I've gained from.
But to have the opportunity to grow in your person like that, it's priceless.
The idea, and it was like 1,000 times easier than trying to get the glissando at that exact moment. And so sometimes it is just like more immediate to kind of set up a process and then just like sing it out.
Yeah, and it's kind of, to me, I actually misread it when I first saw the quote. I'm like, sometimes it's easier to sing an idea than it is to say it. And so...
And I was able to just kind of like sing in the idea, and it was like 1,000 times easier than trying to get the glissando at that exact moment. And so sometimes it is just like more immediate to kind of set up a process and then just like sing it out.
Yeah, and it's kind of, to me, I actually misread it when I first saw the quote. I'm like, sometimes it's easier to...
Companies should be able to make that choice as well. And then he said this, I'm just as patriotic as anyone. Sorry, Mr. Diamond, it's not patriotism, it's a travesty, the corporate equivalent of moral treason. And all the rest of us have to pay for it.
Missed out on. So I want to share with you some things that I found, some specifics that you can do with mentors. The first thing, the first rule is, I call them the mentor rules. It's the law of 33%. You should divide up your life and spend 33% of your time around people lower than you. You can mentor them, you can help them, and they'll help you back by...
They were taught to rethink their stress response as helpful. That pounding heart is preparing you for action. If you're breathing faster, it's no problem. It's getting more oxygen to your brain. And participants who learned to view the stress response as helpful for their performance, well, they were less stressed out, less anxious, more confident.
I remembered back to what my grandpa said, though. He said, look outward. So I started asking around, will somebody help me? And my uncle said, you know what, Ty, you need somebody who's going to show you how to make money. So I was like, great idea. I'm going to go find somebody. But I didn't have any gas money. So I was stuck there at my mom's house. I had $40. So I walked to the kitchen. That's what I could afford to do. And I found a Yellow Pages, and I opened up.
And then trust yourself to handle the stress that follows.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you.
It's really cool.
For us to give 2-3 months to figure that out makes sense. Now, Same thing with labor with respect to trade. There are going to be some folks who are going to be skeptical, and their impulse is going to be, well, let's pile on some more sanctions and let's squeeze them a little bit more. And any deal that you're going to strike, they're going to. In this environment today, we've got to think of it all as one piece.
So the transformation and sort of growing prosperity in China is really, probably the biggest story of the times we're living through. Right. And it's something that it seems to me causes a lot of anxiety to a lot of Americans. We've been having our own.
Finding the audacity and the humility to do right by them can be pretty exhausting. And the humility part, it's a little tough on the design ego. Because these products are always changing, everything that I've designed in my career is pretty much gone. And everything that I will design will fade away. But here's what remains.
And then I started traveling. I went to 51 countries. I would read a book and I'd say, let me go visit this person in person. So I went to New Zealand, Australia, South America, Argentina, Ireland, all over the world. And I was focused on those four things: health, wealth, love, and happiness. I decided to focus on health and happiness. I lived for 2 years with Joel Salatin on his famous here. Took 20 hours to get here. And I'm from Hollywood specifically. So Hollywood, the land of dreams. Or for most people, it's the land of broken dreams. Every year, 100,000 people move in and out of Hollywood. Some come to be movie stars, actors, singers, writers. Good to know somebody's doing worse than you, right? That's that 30%. Then you have 33% of people that are on your level. These become your friends, your peers. But the last 33% is what most people forget about. Those are people 10, 20 years ahead of you. They'll make you feel a little bit uncomfortable, but that's what you want. And then remember, you don't.
Wind farms and solar plants that are going to double the renewable energy we can generate in this country. These are the jobs building the future. For example, I want to share with you one new development made possible by the clean energy incentives that we've launched. This month, in the Mojave Desert, a company called Bright Source plans to break ground on a revolutionary new.
But first, I want you to make a little confession to me. In the past year, I want you to just raise your hand if you've experienced relatively little stress. Anyone? How about a moderate amount of stress? Who's experienced
enough that when they got to the bottom of that elevator, that developer said, meet me at the airport in the morning. Well, I'll go down in my private jet. You can come down with me to Florida. I'll show you how I invested in hotels down there. Sure enough, my friend learned from this mentor and became one of the wealthiest real estate investors in the world. He persevered because, you see, everybody wants the good life. She said, sorry, he's a busy man. He didn't have time to meet you. I said, I came back the next day. She turned me away. 17 times. He said on the 17th time, the lady felt bad for him and said, listen, here's what you do. Hide behind the plant by the elevator. When he comes out of his office at the end of the day, jump in the elevator and he won't have a choice. The doors will close. And you got 4.
And believe me, I'm extremely grateful to be that person, because that whole Eat, Pray, Love thing was a huge break for me. But it also left me in a really tricky position moving forward as an author, trying to figure out how in the world I was ever going to write a book again that would ever please anybody. Because I knew well in advance that all of those people who had adored as well. And we try to use one of these phones from time to time to keep in touch with their reality. So, what does it mean to design at a global scale? It means difficult and sometimes exasperating work to try to improve and evolve products. Finding the audacity and the humility to do right.
One person, I thought this was so genius, turned out to not be so smart, but I'd find one person who had all the answers. So I wrote a letter. The smartest person I could think of was my grandfather. So I wrote this letter and I was like, will you tell me how to design my life? TED is about T-E-D. The D is about design, the designed life. So I said, will you help me design my life? And I was so excited.
your empathy? It even makes you more willing to help and support the people you care about. Some people have even suggested we should snort oxytocin to become more compassionate and caring. But here's what most people don't understand about oxytocin.
What politics, where to live, what career and path to pursue. And I had this idea. I was like, I know the perfect idea. What I'll do is I'll find one person. I thought this was so genius. It turned out to not be so smart, but I'd find one person who had all the answers. So I wrote a letter. The smartest person I could think of was my grandfather. So I wrote this letter and I was like, will you tell me how to do?
And you're remembering that you don't have to face them alone. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, this is kind of amazing what you're telling us. It seems amazing.
The Republican leadership is promising to scrap all the incentives for clean energy projects, including those currently underway, even with all the jobs and potential that they hold. This doesn't make sense for our economy. It doesn't make sense for Americans who are looking for jobs. And it doesn't make sense for our future. To go backward.
Your stress response wants to make sure you notice when someone else in your life is struggling so that you can support each other. When life is difficult, your stress response wants you to be surrounded by people who care about you. Okay, so how is knowing this side of stress going to make you healthier?
So I was like, great idea. I'm going to go find somebody. But I didn't have any gas money. So I was stuck there at my mom's house. I had $40. So I walked to the kitchen. That's what I could afford to do. And I found a Yellow Pages, and I opened up this Yellow Pages, and I looked in the finance section. And I found this guy, and I said, I'm going to go visit that guy. So I found a suit. I got a suit out of the closet. It wasn't mine. It was too big. It looked.
I want to finish by telling you about one more study. And listen up, because this study could also save a life. This study tracked about 1,000 adults in the United States, and they ranged in age from 34 to 93. And they started the study by asking, how much stress have you experienced in the last year?
Office, my administration has made a historic commitment to promote clean energy technology. This will mean hundreds of thousands of new American jobs by 2012. Jobs for contractors to install energy-saving windows and insulation. Jobs for factory workers to build high-tech vehicle batteries, electric cars, and hybrid trucks. Jobs for engineers.
Life. But not everybody's willing to persevere to get it. You must persevere. Next, books. Books you should see as hidden treasure. Think about it. If I told you, because as I said, mentors are great in person, but some of the great mentors are no longer alive. Shakespeare, Darwin, Freud, Mahatma Gandhi.
Audacity to believe that the thing that you're making is something that the entire world wants and needs. And humility to understand that as a designer, it's not about you or your portfolio. It's about the people that you're designing for and how your work just might help them live better lives. Now, unfortunately,
Or walked instead of taking a car to get groceries, or did 100 push-ups, or turned the air conditioning off. Toughen yourself up, take a cold shower. You see, everybody wants, but not everybody's willing to toughen up to get the good life. You must toughen up.
Education, access to healthcare, life expectancy, or infant mortality. I noted earlier that 35% of all Americans will experience poverty over a 4-year period. It's 49% for African Americans, and it's 53% for Hispanic Americans. We've got to better reckon with the ways in which disadvantages.
And my mission is to help people be happier and healthier. But I fear that something I've been teaching for the last 10 years is doing more harm than good. And it has to do with stress. For years, I've been telling people stress makes you sick. It increases the risk of everything from the.
It's going to put about 1,000 people to work, building a state-of-the-art facility. And when it's complete, it will turn sunlight into the energy that will power up to 140,000 homes, the largest such plant in the world. Not in China, not in India, but in California. With projects like this,
You have to understand that for me, going home did not mean returning to my family's farm. For me, going home meant returning to the work of writing because writing was my home. Because I loved writing more than I hated failing at writing, which is to say that I loved writing more than I loved my own ego, which is ultimately to say that I loved writing more than I loved myself. And that's how I pushed through it.
Next few minutes, I'm going to show you how mentors are more powerful than you can possibly imagine in their ability to transform your life. It's interesting that I'm here in Luxembourg because my grandmother was born not too far from here in Berlin, Germany. She's 96 years old, by the way, and she said, "Ty, tell him hello." So hello from my 96.
It's something that I also like to call a state of grace. It's just like show up, right place, right time, synchronicities. It just seems like life becomes a hand-in-glove experience, and it's available to all of us. But we have to move through those 4 stages. And it can be or broadcasts or listen to radio shows where people are talking about an awakening. And this part serves two purposes. One, it tells you you're not crazy. It tells you that you're not making it up, that other people are seeking the same deeper answer.
Entirely new classes of drugs, thanks to very generous support over many years from the government. And we could talk a little bit later about how that support is dwindling and the impact that's going to have on us.
Let's talk about it now.
Okay, we'll talk about it now. So I've been in this business for, cancer is largely attributable to new medicines or therapeutics. Perhaps a third is attributable to changing our environment. And that includes, of course, smoking, which I believe accounted for probably 20% of deaths certainly from lung cancer, more than that from lung cancer, but from cancer overall.
You're learning how to communicate with people better because you have to understand them. And so just that by itself in theater is so important.
As a student, I would say that GRCC helped me with my showmanship in that I was able to be creative, especially actually really in theater class when I took improv.
Obesity makes you predisposed to which cancers?
With obesity, there is an increased risk for many cancers. And here's where diet and nutrition certainly do come in. There's some very interesting work on the micro.
Willing to make that step. Like, we're more attached to tradition and habit than we are with a better way of doing things.
Right. Well, it was out of California that Congressman Waxman, in collaboration with Massachusetts Congressman Ed Markey, now Senator Ed Markey, developed a carbon tax platform that...
Which leads us to the third phase. The third phase is that the voice or the guidance that influences your life is no longer one that you're pulling from other people. That you're actually starting to hear, but I use that word loosely because it's not really a hear.
It doesn't have to be this black and white monolithic thinking. So that's my thought on vaccines. It's like what it says about us as a species is we're really uncomfortable with complexity.
Moby, thank you today for joining us on The Open Mind and thinking about, from a musician, an activist, a thoughtful leader's arts leader.
Begin to become educated, that there is a self beyond the ego, beyond other people's feelings or approval, and the more you tune into that, it's like the garden, the seeds of your true self start gestating, they start sprouting and begin to take. It's inside your being. And that leads us to the second stage. And the second stage is what brings a lot of people to me. That stage is what I call the discovery phase. So now we want to look.
Of money and then have a heart attack, like, is that working? And the simple question is, no, it isn't. So then that's the first step, is like identifying what's not working and then looking around and saying, well, are there any people on this planet, either now or in the past?
And the population as a whole grows older, we're going to see more cancer. Precision medicine is one way to attack cancer, and it's proven to be very effective. But remember that, like HIV/AIDS, you're going to need combination therapies. That's
continue to swim upstream against the grain of who you are, or you surrender to that voice. It feels for some initially like it's just a free fall. It's just so threatening to the construct of your world as you know it. And yet, start gestating, they start sprouting and begin to take on a life of their own. So the more you discover, the more that inner self awakens and develops and grows, and you start to feel like you're coming back to who you really are. Stage. And the second stage is what brings a lot of people to me. That stage is what I call the discovery phase. So now we want to look. Now we're looking for answers, and we begin to search. We begin to read books. We begin to listen to seminars, watch television shows or broadcasts.
Because I just never really thought that what I had to say even was important to be heard. And to go through classes and to constantly be putting yourself out there with the safety net of having other students around you that are also putting themselves out there, and then having a teacher there that's...
People routinely live to be 100 years old, and took a step back and said, like, what are they doing differently? And the commonalities between these blue zones were they had close-knit communities, they were primarily vegetarian, they had a lot of physical activity, and they had a purpose to their lives, and they didn't spend...
Making them affordable to not just all Americans, but all citizens of the world, and that is an important goal that we should strive for.
Let's say you had all the money in the world, right? What would be your prescription by 2020, or whatever date you want to set, to...
everyone, because it takes 300 pounds of grain to make 1 pound of beef, and it takes 1 pound of grain to make 1 pound of bread. So in one fell swoop, we could fix all these problems, but the collective response is, well, people like hamburgers.
Or that you're painting the picture of a utopia that might never be accomplished?
It's just so frustrating because...
I have known about. So when I got to college and I started learning those things, that made an impact for me, because then it made me realize I'm not the only person doing this. And there are people that I can look back and be inspired by, and be proud that I'm following in this lineage of creativity, that it's not just about me, it's about all those that came before.
Beef, it takes 100 gallons of water to make 1 pound of beans. It begs the question, in a state that has exceptional drought, why are we funneling water, literally and figuratively, to livestock, to cows, to chickens, to pigs, to sheep? In California, we don't have a water problem as much as we have an agriculture problem. And...
Sir, but I think we need to do it like we did it for HIV/AIDS, which is to work from the bottom up. Start with fundamental research, then translate that research into new therapeutics for our patients. You know, you can compare that to...
Apocalypse was supposed to happen, and it might not have happened. It seems like it didn't. But my hope, if the apocalypse did happen or will happen, my hope is that, like, for the future, we just stop being stupid. You know, we have that capacity. Like, we're doing remarkable things. We have the Large Hadron Collider. We have the Hubble, Space Telescope. Quit when they go to their doctor and their doctor says, oh, you have emphysema or you have cancer. And the hope with someone who's sick is that they're able to quit and sort of undo the damage as opposed to be killed by the illness. And I sort of feel like we collectively are at that place. Like, we've created an illness here on this planet. And I hope I don't sound like a hippie.
At least when I listen to your music, a planet that I want to be on.
Mm-hmm.
How does that figure?
These are really great questions. And I'm trying to figure out how to answer them without seeing like a completely self-involved former grad student.
We all are former grad students.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a former grad student too. Immunotherapies available to the widest population.
Checkpoint blockers are available to the majority of the population. They are expensive, but you know, when you think about it, it costs a pharmaceutical company about 2.5
or whatever date you want to set to banishing cancer.
I'd rather use the term make cancer a chronic disease than banish cancer. The National Cancer Institute asked for a budget of $5.8
zone, but that's a good thing. You get to meet more people. You get to, I mean, that's opened me up to the whole school. I see people in my theater classes who are in other classes where it's not structured as socially, where you know, you're just like sitting in classes, and theater's really more about like talking to people and getting to know people, and I really like that. You have fun and like you learn skills that will help you in all your other classes.
With astonishing clarity. We never able to do that. We handle big data. We do sophisticated molecular imaging. All of these advances now allow us to really move forward and get discoveries that our scientists make in their laboratories into new therapeutics for patients. And at the same time, NIH funding has become very constrained.
To put it in perspective, it takes 10,000 gallons of water to make 1 pound of beef. It takes 100 gallons of water to make 1 pound of beans. It begs the question, in a state that has exceptional drought, why are we funneling water, literally and figuratively, to livestock, to cows, to chickens, to pigs, to sheep? We don't, in California, we don't.
So I want to talk a little bit about that today, because life is short. I think we all realize the sands of time quickly can slip by in your life. And you don't want to be old when you finally get the good life, or too old, right? It's like the Dutch saying, we're too soon old, too late smart. The blind leading the blind. So I call it the 10x rule. Find somebody 10 times further ahead than you. If you want to learn how to grow $1 million company, you have to find somebody who has a $10 million company. Don't be afraid to go to the top. In-person mentors are amazing, and you can get people like Warren Buffett, Bill Gates. You'd be surprised. My friend heard a talk, Frank.
And participants who learned to view the stress response as helpful for their performance, well, they were less stressed out, less anxious, more confident. But the most fascinating finding to me was how their physical stress response changed. Now, in a typical stress response, your heart rate goes up and your blood vessels constrict.
He said, back when I was 19, I decided I wanted to do real estate. And I lived in a little town, but I knew there was one developer that was pretty good. So I went down to that developer's office. I met the secretary. I said, I'd like to meet this developer. She said, sorry, he's a busy man. He didn't have time to meet you. I said, I came back the next day. She turned me away. 17 times. He said, on the 17th time, the lady. But not everybody's willing to follow these rules. You must follow these rules. Next, humility. One of my favorite stories in business. Sam Walton, he becomes the richest man in America. He starts Walmart, this big empire, and he takes a trip to Brazil, to Sao Paulo. And when he's there, in Sao Paulo, his host family, his friends,
deserving, a word that defines me. But entitled to what? For the longest time, I didn't see. See, I thought I was entitled to earthly glory, using my gifts and talents to build my life story. I had it all planned out, building a life about me, expecting others to want to come and see of my accomplishments and what I could achieve.
A company called Bright Source plans to break ground on a revolutionary new type of solar power plant. It's going to put about 1,000 people to work, building a state-of-the-art facility. And when it's complete, it will turn sunlight into the energy that will power up to 140,000 homes, the largest such plant in the world.
Showing you what he used to build Berkshire Hathaway into a $140 billion company. Imagine how much happier you'd be today if the Dalai Lama was your personal guide, showing you how to find fulfillment in life, in the little things that most people overlook. Imagine how healthy you'd be today if
And so I would say that's really the best way to make decisions, is go after what it is that creates meaning in your life, and then trust yourself to handle the stress that follows.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you.
It's really cool.
But the truth he was saying is you have to go outward. If you can download the consciousness, the mindset of people who have gone before you, the smartest, the wisest, the most intelligent, the most experienced people, then you will get what you want. And so I went on and I started writing down note cards, and I call them mental shortcuts, and I was reading.
My perspective. Do I want to see the circumstances good or bad? You know, that old glass half full, half empty concept. So I began thinking about how I can take this unfortunate situation, and rather than suffer because of it, you know, how I can benefit from it.
Us. There is no reason to fear this. This is just evolution.
First, we have talked about Britain's decision to leave the European Union, the process now and what Brexit means for the UK's relationships with our European friends, but with other countries too. The UK has always been a strong partner for the US, and that will remain the case. We have a thriving economic relationship. British businesses export.
Able to clear out ISIL from additional territory inside of Syria as well as Iraq, but we continue to systematically go after their leadership, including their head of external operations, and probably the second most prominent person in the ISIL infrastructure. So none of this is slowing down a very aggressive effort.
The transformation, the transition from day to night, or from night to day. In ordinary waking states, we cannot perceive the passing of the moment. And so this perception, this increased juxtaposition of day and night forces us to be more present. It forces an experience of time dilation that Anderson goes on to describe with requisite virtuosity how the deep field images of the universe taken by the Hubble literally mainline all of space and time from the optic nerve, so that the space telescope has downloaded space and time into our eyeball, whereas once we were blind, now we... Artificial intelligence ultimately comes down to what outsourcing our cognition into the machines is really all about. It's about amplifying the most powerful phenomenon in the universe, which is intelligence. We're finally learning to reverse engineer, distill, understand, reproduce intelligence. Once we can create sentience that is not bad.
Fate, we don't think of ourselves as that vehicle to success. And this story has a very unique way of uncovering that specific truth. We get from the world what we invest in ourselves, right? The patience, the daily work, commitment, focus, all these things that transform us, unlock even the...
Pierce the veil. I am able to see beyond my concerns and my constraints, and I connect with something larger than myself. It's something that we can all relate to. It's something that we seek out, right? And these moments, these moments do something to us that is medicinal, right? This is existential. To the degree that our tools become extended appendages, that even though they are not within our biological skin tissue, they are nonetheless a part of our cognitive arsenal. They are a part of us the same way a nest is a part of a bird and a spider's web is a part of a spider. It is our extended phenotype, it is who we are, it is our termites colony. Everything will be engaging and delivered to us at a dosage that we can process. So it'll be like being in the flow where you're not really lacking anything, and the right thing is served up to your frontal lobe when useful and needed. But it'll never be running around a crowded city overwhelmed by FOMO and dying from inside and because of the...
But you do nothing to change it. What's left for you to do? Complain, whine, stay where you are, that's it. See, one of the reasons I reference athletics so much is because they bring this mentality on you that when things become difficult, when things become challenging, your job, your one job.
Once our blueprint appears to be the trademark of a designer.
World, options will be afforded to us and offered to us only when it intuitively makes sense. We will never be bombarded by too much. Things will just open up like a garden of forking paths. Everything will be engaging and delivered to us at a dosage that we can process. So it'll be like being in the flow where you're not really lacking anything. You know, if I had to verbalize what I believe accounts for the failure of most of my romantic relationships is the fact that I cannot bear love's aging. I cannot stand the dissolution of the honeymoon phase, right? As soon as the vacation, the electrifying vitality
to host the moderate Syrian opposition in London as we continue to support their hopes for a democratic, peaceful and inclusive Syria. And finally, we discuss the global migration crisis. Across the world, there are now over 244 million migrants, 65 million displaced people, and over 20 million refugees.
And thus allowing the layman to witness the scope and grandeur of the universe through an unprecedented expansion of human vision. Something the new James Webb Space Telescope will take to a whole new level. Anderson continues, the telescope has provided nothing less than an ontological awakening, a
situation. Look at life as if it's clay, to be molded, to be shaped. It seems funny to me, knowing what I do now, that I went through any of my life like a hamster on a wheel. That I talked to people every day who didn't energize me, that I didn't want to be around, that I did things I wasn't passionate. And now it's eye-opening to see people achieving success, financial freedom, these things everyone wants, and know that the difference between them and everyone else is that they felt like they deserved it. A lot of the time they weren't smarter, stronger, they weren't more gifted starting out, but they moved toward.
I particularly love aesthetic experiences because they seem to archetypalize the world. They seem to turn any object into something that stands for all of its class. A landscape looks like a landscape painting, right? A work of art hanging in the walls of a museum, and literally engage them to probe the adjacent possible, right? To gnaw at that shadow future that hovers over the present, that provides a map of all the ways the present can reinvent itself. That's what leaders do. They distort reality. But here's the thing, there's nothing fake, there's nothing inauthentic about distorting reality, because the and we think to ourselves, London, Amsterdam, Prague, Berlin, Mozambique, South Africa, whatever it may be, it's anywhere else but here, right? We long to cross over, we long to experience, to take the trip, to take the journey.
Being able to stand together, stand strong with our British friends, to make sure that international norms and rules are enforced and are maintained. The bottom line is that we don't have a stronger partner anywhere in the world than the United Kingdom, and despite
Night or from night to day. In ordinary waking states, we cannot perceive the passing of the moment. And so this perception, this increased juxtaposition of day and night forces us to be more present. It forces an experience of time dilation that transforms how we perceive the moment. The moment becomes, so on and so forth, to us become cosmic acts, impregnated with significance. We are travelers in search of signification. And so even sensuality has been turned into poetry, Apes have sex, human beings make love, And Alan Harrington has this great line when he says, sensuality may itself turn into a feverish hunt for rebirth. Right? It's this notion that we're going to offload decisions to algorithms that are going to know us better than we know ourselves. So that when we walk upon the world, options will be afforded to us and offered to us only when it intuitively makes sense. We will never be bombarded by too much. Things will just open up like a garden of force. Yet, I mean, I like to think so because I'm an optimist, you know. Unlike Socrates, who felt that the invention of writing would atrophy our brains because we wouldn't have to remember anything if we wrote it down, so too people worry that today's technologies are going to atrophy part of our brain and limit what it means to be human. But I think it won't. I think it will literally offload some functionality and open up new.
We have the capacity to decide at every moment who we are and where we're going, right? That is what we do.
Except when you look deeper, you actually find that mind, okay, that consciousness is in fact not necessarily autonomous from the world in which it dwells. In other words, consciousness is a co-production. So I actually think that this is going to be kind of awesome. I mean, some people are scared it's going to create idiocracy and we're all going to be numbed into stupors, but I don't think so. I think we're all going to be hand-delivered universes that extend our imagination to spaces and places and virtualities we cannot even imagine. I think the games are going
To really understand the idea, the concept of being happy, we need to dig deeper. We need to look to purpose. Because without that, we have nothing. There are things in life that elevate you to another level, that when engaged in them, you don't realize.
But also the process that's required to bring about peace in Syria. But if we do not get some buy-in from the Russians on reducing the violence and easing the humanitarian crisis, then it's difficult to see how we get to the next phase. So John,
as much to the United States as they do to our next largest market, and the United States is the largest inward investor in Britain, with total American investments providing more than 1 million jobs. We need to build on that strong foundation as the UK leaves the EU. We're both strong supporters of free trade, and today we've discussed how to take forward consultation.
So I'd like to talk about the topic of curation, which has become a huge topic these days as we try to manage the overwhelming information flows competing for our attention. We're all suffering from intense information bandwidth anxiety. We're like a 56K modem trying to download 10,000 hours of HD video through that pipeline. We simply lack the biological
into an excuse to never really do what you were meant to do. Tomorrow can be worse than failing, because often it implies that there was never a beginning. There was just a vision, just an idea being put off for a better.
Would atrophy our brains because we wouldn't have to remember anything if we wrote it down. So too people worry that today's technologies are going to atrophy part of our brain and limit what it means to be human. But I think it won't. I think it will literally offload some functionality and open up new vistas, just like every technology that came before. So that's what I think. Strive to author these moments, but a lot of times they are right there for the taking.
The UK has reaffirmed its strong commitment to the transatlantic security architecture. We are NATO allies. We see the world in the same way. We will continue to oppose Russian aggression in Ukraine. We will continue to counter cyber threats. We will continue to work.
Starting from the inception of your world within to right now. Substantial progress has been made. I'm happy with where I am, but at the same time, there were periods of stagnation where maybe the wheels weren't turning as fast as I'd like them to. So now that some time's passed, I have the luxury of examining my lessons.
World are now allowing us to overlay digital information on top of the physical world. They have apps already that, looking through the camera in the app, you can place virtual elements into real environments. So it's this notion that you're mapping the real world and overlaying agency, information, gamification.
It will not simply endure, but it will continue to grow stronger with time. The vibrant economic partnership between our countries will continue. As the UK gains further clarity on its new relationship with the EU, our two countries will be discussing ways in which we continue to sustain and strengthen our trade and investment ties.
Language allowed us to create a virtual world in our heads and pull the present forward to meet that. The ability to design, to envision, to plan, to imagineer was a natural consequence to the emergence of language. Again, a tool that allows the mind to know what it's thinking, right? Language
of cessations of hostilities to hold, we approach it with some skepticism, but it is worth trying. To the extent that there are children and women and innocent civilians who can get food and medical supplies.
Fascinó some of the unfamiliar also makes quotidian day-to-day life kind of banal. Again, it's kind of sad because the very same quality that makes us these majestic creatures that soar above the heavens and transcend their boundaries has made us perpetually dissatisfied, neurotic beings living in urban centers, drowning.
British businesses export twice as much to the United States as they do to our next largest market, and the United States is the largest inward investor in Britain, with total American investments providing more than 1 million jobs. We need to build on that strong foundation as the UK leaves the EU. We're both strong supporters of free trade, and today we've discussed.
The Prime Minister continues to be a steadying influence during a time of transition. It was a wide-ranging conversation, but it began with the basic premise that even as the UK pursues an orderly exit from the EU, together we reaffirm the very special.
Because we go to the supermarket and there is just too much to pick from. There's too many options. We lack the RAM to process all these possibilities. We experience instead the angst of FOMO, the angst that no matter what we choose, we're missing out on something else. And so the exhilaration, we need to form some kind of kinship between ourselves and the unfathomable vastness of the cosmos. We are star stuff, said Carl Sagan. We are made of atoms, literally cooked in the furnaces of dying stars. And so in many ways, we are infinite. Yet as psychologist Ernest Becker wrote, we are nevertheless.
The regime would not be able to sustain its offensive. And these are difficult negotiations. We have grave differences with the Russians in terms of both the parties we support, but also the process that's required to bring about peace in Syria.
To the risk that they will seek a safe haven elsewhere, and we must work internationally to defeat their ideology of hatred and murder. And we need to support other countries in the region, helping to protect them from the threat of Daesh, and thereby protecting people home in Britain too. We must also continue to strive for a political situation in Syria.
Take you to places that all the money in the world simply cannot. Capture your purpose and follow it into the sunset.
Transformation, design, creativity. To be a seeker is to question dogma. To be a seeker is to rage against the darkness. To be a seeker is to want to scramble the self and reconstitute, to constantly upgrade. To be a seeker is to understand that.
And we need to support other countries in the region, helping to protect them from the threat of Daesh, and thereby protecting people home in Britain too. We must also continue to strive for a political situation in Syria. The goal remains a negotiated settlement which delivers stability for all Syrians and a government with whom we can work to defeat the terrorists.
Workers, right? To inspire somebody to see the world in a new way, right? To literally engage the attention of all these body minds and present with them an alternative universe. to make people, to bring them into your world, to suck them into your trance, right? And literally engage them to probe the adjacent possible, right?
Aggressive effort to go after what I think we all consider to be the principal threat that's emanating out of Syria. And with respect to our visit here, so far it's been extraordinarily productive. It is true that it's worth the effort, and I think it's premature for us to say that there is a clear path forward, but there's the possibility, at least, for us to make some progress on that front. In addition, I should point out that the UN special.
Suddenly, gray starts to fade away, and what's important makes itself known. And this is everything, because if we live life right, one will be all we'll ever need. It's a roller coaster ride, a burst of adrenaline, an experience to remember. That's what we are.
Here at the G20, we will continue to pursue an agenda of inclusive and sustainable growth. When it comes to security issues, under Prime Minister May, the UK has reaffirmed its strong commitment to the transatlantic security architecture. We are NATO allies. We see the world
and wish you had the courage to do what you wanted to do. To wish that you understood how fast tomorrows come and go. And that all you will ever have is the present moment. Every journey starts with a step.
With the capacity to narrow our focus so spectacularly as to reduce the entirety of the world to the object of our desire. So think about that again. Infatuation narrows our focus so much that the rest of the world dissipates and goes dim. The entirety of the cosmos becomes this one person, right?
The UK and the US have been at the forefront of efforts to defeat Daesh in Iraq and Syria, and it's vital that we take action to degrade Daesh abroad to help keep the streets of Britain safe. And the coalition is making progress. Daesh is losing territory in Iraq and Syria, its finances have been hit, its leaders are being killed, and fighters are deserting.
So why not have the courage to do what you believe in? Have the guts to be called abnormal. Take it as a compliment. I've mentioned before that the way you perceive something makes or breaks you. Think about how powerful that statement is in this context. You can
economic growth to boost free trade and build a fairer economy that truly works for all. Thank you.
So we're going to take a couple of questions, starting with Andrew Beattie of AFP.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I had a question on Syria, first of all. It seems like there's a deal with the Russians within reach. I was wondering...
And things will be served up to us as needed, when needed, and, it'll be amazing. We're all going to be on this amazing hero's journey, and it's going to be great. And we won't be weighed down by RAM or stupid decisions. There are stupid options to make, to choose from.
We think it's important that the press have access to the work that we're doing, that they have the ability to answer questions. And we don't leave our values and ideals behind when we take these trips. It can cause some friction.
And we get to inhabit some kind of eternal now, immortality now, as we smash our sense of separateness in temples of fragmentation in what Alan Harrington called a form of electronic Buddhism. It doesn't matter if it's the rave concert or Burning Man or an opera theater or an IMAX screen or an epic ocean. The point being the data sets that we were able to absorb from those information flows. So that's how I feel about the pivotal role of curation nowadays, and we need to figure it out. can influence perception to the degree that who and what we are is determined by where we are and where we dwell. The wallpaper matters, right? What is within is without, what is without is within. We're like the dragon eating its own tail. We're the Ouroboros, okay? We're Escher's hands. The hand is drawing the hand to resuscitate that sense of humbling incomprehension, so that we may say, ah, yes, I remember what I forgot. In the words of Nisargadatta, the other world is this world rightly seen. I think we're all going to be hand-delivered universes that extend our imagination to spaces and places and virtualities we cannot even imagine. I think the games are going to get better, and I think we're going to offload ourselves into the games. We're going to live inside of our imaginations, and things will be served up to us as needed, when needed, and right, are said to have this thing known as a reality distortion field, right? Steve Jobs was made famous for it. His ability to distort, to italicize perception in his coworkers, right? To inspire somebody to see the world in a new way, right? To literally engage the attention of all these bodies. To live, man must find a way to connect the finite to the infinite. We need to form some kind of kinship between ourselves and the unfathomable vastness of the cosmos. We are star stuff, said Carl Sagan. We are made of atoms, literally cooked in the furnaces of dying stars. And so in many ways, we and analogies to describe the subjective experiences of each. I mean, even the term hallucination derives from the Latin term hallucinare, which means to wander in our minds, right? So when we are hallucinating, we are traveling in our heads, right? Why travel? Well, the hero's journey,
as you know, we commonly refer to it today, and that's not easy. It's never easy walking one way when the larger group is walking another. That's not rocket science. But it's also why so few people can do it. Let's face it, if you're going to do something of significance, you need to expect negativity.
It's vital that humanitarian supplies get to innocent Syrians who are in desperate need. And this afternoon, I will urge President Putin to do all he can to get the aid convoys in and to end the indiscriminate bombing of civilians. And next week, the Foreign Secretary plans to host the moderate Syrian opposition in London as we continue to support.
And you're able to achieve excellence and virtuosity that exceeds normal human levels and thresholds for what's possible. We transcend ourselves in these moments of flow. And Jamie Wheel, who co-founded the Flowgeno project with Stephen Kotler, talks about it in this TED Talk, where he says a lot of us know these flow states, but our self things patiently waiting for our senses to grow sharper. In other words, in our search for the miraculous, we find that it's often right before our very eyes, but we fail to see it, right? We are blind, we cannot decipher. But Henry Miller says, if we could pinpoint our attention, right, we would see that even
right, they step up, they're willing to go further, be crazy. Put everything out there for their goals. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it looks. Success is doing what it takes. And I know that's vague. I know there isn't, an answer written out in 10 steps.
And I'm very pleased to be here at my first G20 summit and pleased to have had the opportunity to meet you, Barack. And as you say, the United States is a special partner for the United Kingdom, a long-standing ally and a close friend. We share the same values of freedom, openness and tolerance. We share intelligence and technology. Our troops train.
We're all going to be on this amazing hero's journey, and it's going to be great. We won't be weighed down by RAM or stupid decisions. There are stupid options to make, to choose from.
You choose to internalize the world around you. When you get through it all, you'll be happy you hung in. I can promise you that. that you had the guts to look past the norms in your surroundings, that you had the guts to be something different.
Right? Succumbing to astonishment, giving in to astonishment, mouth gaped wide. I mean, damn, to see something for the first time. But then what happens? Then you assimilate, you model it in your brain, you store it in your library of been there's and done that's, and you no longer.
Events over the last several months, we have every intention to making sure that that continues. And so I look forward to our partnership. This is my last G20, Teresa's first, but the continuity of the relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom, that stretches back.
Forces us to be more present. It forces an experience of time dilation that transforms how we perceive the moment. The moment becomes impregnated with a sense of importance, with a sense of meaningfulness. The sunset context essentially frames the moment and induces, hopefully, I mean, some people are scared it's going to create idiocracy and we're all going to be numbed into stupors, but I don't think so. I think we're all going to be hand-delivered universes that extend our imagination to spaces and places and virtualities we cannot even imagine. I think the games are going to get better, and I think we're going to offload ourselves into the games.
It's been an opportunity to discuss how we respond to some of the great challenges we face. And I look forward to continuing our discussions at the summit, particularly on the global economy. We understand that many of our citizens are frustrated by the pace of globalization and feel they're not experiencing the benefits of international trade. We both believe this is,
as well as a number of other negotiators, to see what would a real cessation of hostilities look like that could provide that humanitarian access and provide people in places like Aleppo relief. We're not there yet, and understandably, given the previous failures of cessations.
A building or a cathedral can compare to that feeling of freedom, of exhilaration that machine promises. You know, he talks about walking through a corridor that will lead you onto a craft that will take you somewhere where no one knows your name. It becomes a kind of ontological journey. It becomes a journey of self-realization, of soaring above one's.
Bricks become walls, that become houses, that become cities, that proceed to make up our reality. You are your greatest asset. You need to treat yourself that way. Invest in education, invest in health, invest in happiness. Maximize the person and your experiences.
Hardware to actually take in all of the information that's competing for our attention today. And so curation has become the buzzword. The information diet of every single person is now the craze. How are you going to curate your information diet? Are you going to just create a filter bubble, because that's not curation. Curation cannot just be. She explores the secret to desire in long-term relationships, because this, of course, is the holy grail. Falling in love is easy. The honeymoon period, anybody would take that ride. But what happens upon the moment that routine becomes, part of your reality? The person you're with every single day. How do you retain that passion, that fire? This is.
Afternoon, I will urge President Putin to do all he can to get the aid convoys in and to end the indiscriminate bombing of civilians. And next week, the Foreign Secretary plans to host the moderate Syrian opposition in London as we continue to support their hopes for a democratic, peaceful and inclusive Syria. And finally,
The right thing is served up to your frontal lobe when useful and needed, but it'll never be running around a crowded city overwhelmed by FOMO and dying from inside and because of the anxiety. So I actually think that this is going to be kind of awesome. I mean, some people are scared it's going to create idiocracy and we're all going to be numbed into stupors, but I don't think so. From the moment that we started to create architecture, to put objects in the world, to make art, to carve tools, we've been augmenting reality. So for the digital revolution to finally catch up to that is a perfectly natural emergence.
When it comes to security issues, under Prime Minister May, the UK has reaffirmed its strong commitment to the transatlantic security architecture. We are NATO allies. We see the world in the same way. We will continue to oppose Russian aggression in Ukraine. We will continue to counter. Their first priority would be to renegotiate terms of trade with the economic unit that they sell half of their goods to. So that, in fact, is, I think, the approach that the Prime Minister is wisely taking. That
shared communally. Places like Burning Man perhaps embody this to its full potential. Literally a world created out of the imagination, a temporary dwelling place, a liminal zone, a space between this world and the other where we can experience the imaginal together. Parallels, these two discursively intimate universes reveal to us that the outer journey and the inner journey mirror each other. In fact, they are one and the same. And I love that, right? I love that because I have the traveler's itch. I have the wanderlust. I yearn for the wholly other. I look for the dream to get more energy out of it than you put in. So whether it ends up working, we shall find out, but just the idea of it, I cannot think of something more magnificent. Maybe a little heretical as well, but magnificent. We're gonna create a star. We're gonna.
You don't want it to be seen, but perfect isn't real. The only way to obtain excellence is to move with what you have right now. No, you won't be flawless, but you can improve every single day. There's great benefit to creating something, throwing it against.
Yet are we offloading the simple questions to the noosphere and making room for new things we haven't even thought of yet? I mean, I like to think so because I'm an optimist, you know? Unlike Socrates, who felt that the invention of writing would atrophy our brains because we wouldn't have to remember anything if we wrote it down, so too people worry that today's technologies are going to atrophy.
If you want to win, you need to see yourself as a winner. You need to associate with winning. No champion ever got there accidentally. They knew they belonged with the best. So before another minute goes by, ask yourself whether you do. Because that simple acknowledgement opens the door to infinite possibilities.
And next week, the Foreign Secretary plans to host the moderate Syrian opposition in London as we continue to support their hopes for a democratic, peaceful and inclusive Syria. And finally, we discuss the global migration crisis. Across the world, there are now over 244 million migrants, 65 million displaced people.
Conduits for something larger than ourselves to erupt, to express itself through us. We become a medium. We become an instrument being played by some other sentience. You know, this sounds like the muses of the madness.
In my mind, comparing yourself to your competitors or anyone else should never contribute to how you define yourself. What it should be used as is a tool to drive improvement, to push yourself to make the most of every little opportunity that comes your way.
Prime Minister makes a determination about when to invoke Article 50, how those negotiations should proceed. And we are fully supportive of a process that is as little disruptive as possible, so that not just the people of the United Kingdom.
Right? Trying to explain the nuances of a Shakespearean sonnet to an ape are simply unimaginable, right? This is inconceivable. We simply lacked the wetware, right? So language, what is language? Kevin Kelly says it's a tool.
You believe it. Have the guts to be called abnormal. Take it as a compliment. I've mentioned before that the way you perceive something makes or breaks you. Think about how powerful that statement is in this context.
Curation, which has become a huge topic these days as we try to manage the overwhelming information flows competing for our attention. We're all suffering from intense information bandwidth anxiety. We're like a 56K modem trying to download 10,000 hours of HD video through that pipeline. We simply lack the biological heart.
And we must work internationally to defeat their ideology of hatred and murder. And we need to support other countries in the region, helping to protect them from the threat of Daesh, and thereby protecting people home in Britain too. We must also continue to strive for a political situation in Syria.
Unemployment by more than half, down to 4.2%, which is actually lower than the already low national average. And it's way down for post 9/11 veterans too. It's one of the reasons we've been able
to build a creative playground, to build a backyard that's going to evoke being a child playing in the yard. I mean, even the space we're in right now, the serene water, the perfect temperature, the hue coming from that sky, the fact that we went around the bend, we're surrounded by green, there's no other.
I was humbled to be introduced by Sharon Belkofer from Ohio, a Gold Star mom whose son Tom, a lieutenant colonel in the Army, gave his life in Afghanistan. I requested Sharon to introduce me because I understood that our Gold Star families have made a. Number two, we've got to keep fighting to deliver the health care you've been promised. Today, more of our Vietnam vets are getting your disability benefits because of your exposure to Agent Orange. That's a change that we made. So too for our Desert Storm veterans because the illness is tied. I also want to acknowledge Mayor Kasim Reed and County Chairman John Eves for welcoming us to the great state of Georgia and the beautiful city of Atlanta. I am pleased to be joined by our tireless Secretary of the VA, Bob McDonnell. I know he spoke to you yesterday. He is.
Better way to ask, like, how'd you get them all to come together and play nice, so to speak?
So when we started looking at building the ecosystem here in Kansas City, we decided maybe we won't link together the entrepreneurs. Lots of other people were trying to network together the entrepreneurs. And we said, instead, why don't we link together the organizations that are supporting the entrepreneurs?
And we have to do everything we can for those families and honor them and be humbled by them. You know, DAV, I know that your service has also been defined by another battle. The days of having to wait in line at a VA office or mailing it in, those days are over. We're finally moving into the 21st century when it comes to helping our veterans. It's about time. We're reaching more veterans, including rural veterans, with telemedicine. So you can see someone.
I can tell you everything that you might have needed to make a decision. I've argued with network executives for 25 years that somebody is going to really figure out that running a news program where you actually say, hey, we got that wrong, or, you know, I'm not so sure what he just said.
But Bob and his team work to deal with each one of those texts or emails or phone calls he receives because every single veteran matters, and he knows that. So thank you, Bob, for the great work you're doing. So it's good to be back with the disabled. But I have to say, here's one thing I want to be very clear about. Here's one thing we will not do. We cannot outsource and privatize health care for America's veterans. You know, there are folks. There are folks who shouldn't have to wait days, you shouldn't have to wait weeks. you should get those services the very same day. And Congress can help by providing the funding and flexibility we need to hire highly qualified mental health professionals. And medical schools can help us recruit.
But to protect them from the threat of Daesh, and thereby protecting people home in Britain too. We must also continue to strive for a political situation in Syria. The goal remains a negotiated settlement which delivers stability for all Syrians and a government with whom we can work to defeat the terrorists. We welcome US efforts to broker an end to the violence, the situation in Syria, and on the need to do more to solve the migration crisis. I'd just like to say a few words on each of those. First, we have talked about Britain's decision to leave the European Union, the process now and what Brexit means for the UK's relationships with our European friends, but with other countries too. The UK has always been a strong part.
Rapture one feels when one bears witness to the power of a jet engine, to the power of a flying machine. And I remember the first time I saw the A380, this hit me home. But Alain de Botton says nothing prepares you for the sense of agility and self-possession of a jet airplane. No structure of comparable size, a building or a cathedral. When they were able to see their partner as a self-sustaining entity. It's this idea that they were able to perceive their partner the way that other people perceive them, as a complete individual, as a complete self-sustaining person, not the other half of you, but as a solid whole. And so this idea that it's an act of surrender. I don't care if I'm lying to myself. I don't care if we're lying to ourselves. We are creating a cosmology of two, right? We are turning each other into gods outside of time, commingling together, stepping off that people mover that's carrying everyone else towards death.
Beat Daesh in Iraq and Syria, and it's vital that we take action to degrade Daesh abroad to help keep the streets of Britain safe. And the coalition is making progress. Daesh is losing territory in Iraq and Syria, its finances have been hit, its leaders are being killed, and fighters are deserting. And in recent weeks, thanks to US efforts, Daesh in
The ability to design, to envision, to plan, to imagineer was a natural consequence to the emergence of language. Again, a tool that allows the mind to know what it's thinking, right? Language has to do with sentience. Before language, there was no self-awareness. There was no self-consciousness, right?
Do it. Let's face it, if you're going to do something of significance, you need to expect negativity. People trying to tear down what you're building up. Because like it or not, that's just how the world reacts. And the way I see it is that you can handle it a few ways. Right? You can live your life in a way that can...
It goes to the Daily Mail. Mr. President, you came to London earlier this year and urged the British people not to vote for Brexit and warn them that they'd be at the back of the queue for a trade deal if they did. Do you accept you got it wrong on Brexit, and do you regret making that threat, or are you really going to punish us for taking a democratic decision?
Whenever I put myself outside myself, I am able to pierce the veil. I am able to see beyond my concerns and my constraints, and I connect with something larger than myself. It's something that we can all relate to. It's something that we seek out, right? And these moments, these moments do something to us. Architecture, to put objects in the world, to make art, to carve tools, we've been augmenting reality. So for the digital revolution to finally catch up to that is a perfectly natural emergence. States of consciousness started to experiment with altering their perception using psychedelic, i.e. mind manifesting drugs. This created a kind of cultural revolution or a cultural crisis if you are those in power. And so at the time, of course, the hippies movement was...
So my advice to anybody on this kind of research journey is that just because it works on paper, it doesn't necessarily mean that you've explored it deep enough for it to work in the real world. and don't be precious about just tearing up that paper and starting all over again. Thank you. Venues generally tend to be selling a lot of different work and understaffed and underfunded. So they stick with traditional methods of marketing, which is great for more traditional methods of art. But we found that it is really quite difficult to have a conversation on research of trying to empower give the performing companies more tools and more power to, in addition to the way that the venues are marketing the work, that the companies can actually run alongside, and the two campaigns can be integral, and that marketing is not a dirty word for artists.
Eventually, Picquart managed to get Dreyfus exonerated, but it took him 10 years, and for part of that time, he himself was in prison for the crime of disloyalty to the army. So, you know, a lot of people feel like Picquart can't really be the hero of this story because he was an anti-Semite, and that's bad, which I agree. Or do you yearn to see the world as clearly as you possibly can? Thank you.
Start to create movement based on the emotional content of these stories. At the same time, I'm furiously Googling away at the side of the stage to find images and video and sound that relates to the story that we start working on, which is the most popular story. Here you see the dancers working on a story about somebody meeting the Queen.
Don't drum up your men to collect wood and give orders and distribute the work. Instead, teach them to yearn for the vast and endless sea. In other words, I claim, if we want to really improve our judgment as individuals and as societies, what we need most is not...
And if those new people happen to be people that are just kind of opinionated and feel cheated because they've come to see something that's contemporary dance and they weren't expecting it, it would be nice to to still grab hold of these people and say, actually, you know, okay, if we had done it properly, then maybe you'd be coming back to see contemporary dance.
So the case went to trial, and Dreyfus was found guilty. And afterwards, they took him out into this public square and ritualistically tore his insignia from his uniform and broke his sword in two. This was called the degradation of Dreyfus. And they sentenced him to life imprisonment on
stage, but every now and again I'd send controls to the audience. So one member of the audience would get a slider that said, "You are now in control of the sound." And it was nice, technologically it was really nice because they could control elements of the sound from their phone. But what they did was they got the slide, they went, "Oh, what does this do? It's not doing anything." And then tweeting the link to the movie back to people. So there are people who get their own little bespoke little movies. And initially we thought, okay, we'll kind of try and get people in the area of the theatre to do this in the weeks leading up to the event. It didn't kind of work like that. Again, venues are...
Because he had the same prejudices, the same reasons to be biased as his fellow officers, but his motivation to find the truth and uphold it just trumped all of that. So to me, Picquart is a poster child for what I call scout mindset. It's the drive not to make one idea win or another lose, but just
of their stories to kind of illustrate what we would be doing on stage, and then tweeting the link to the movie back to people. So there are people who get their own little bespoke little movies. And initially we thought, okay, we'll kind of try and get people in the area of the theatre to do this in the weeks leading up to the event.
So these 20 million people I referred to, and you referred to in your report, who are looking for full-time work but can't find it, if they had that work, they'd be spending their money. They're not going to send it to the Cayman Islands, right?
And they're going to be paying taxes because they don't have the opportunities for tax avoidance that the people who have the
Or 4, then they're probably not going to want to listen to me doing breathe. So like maybe like don't put me in that slot. But I think audiences have like, I don't know if this is just, I don't know if like my booking agent and the promoters are getting better at slotting me or if audiences are evolving, but I feel like it's becoming less and less awkward. I mean,
Of moral treason. And all the rest of us have to pay for it. There's more from Joseph Stiglitz on our next edition of Moyers and Company.
We already have a tax system that has contributed to making America the most unequal society of the advanced countries. That doesn't have.
yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of going back to this idea of pop as a carrier signal. So like if pop is actually functioning and doing its pop job, then it is actually kind of like immediately a visceral and maybe likable is the wrong word, but immediately approachable in a way that you're getting something.
Contributions.
Aren't they likely to say, though, in response, well, we do this because the law permits it. This is what the system incentivizes.
Well, the law does permit it. They use their lobbyists to make sure that the law gives them the scope to avoid taxes. So this argument, oh, we're only doing what the law.
I thought it'd be interesting to start by saying, so this is my Centurion card, which I'm very proud to have. Explain to me why I should want this and why everybody else wants this. What's the secret that got this to be so successful?
Here's what's important about this card, and I really am
now,
glad,
you can't take
Eric,
that.
you have it.
That's mine.
I always like to at least
job producers, and yet you say they have an incentive to send jobs abroad.
The whole discussion of who are the job creators, I think, has been misplaced. You know, what really creates jobs is demand.
I spend my money to buy things.
Exactly. Americans of all income groups.
Back a little bit because not everybody wants to hear the like scraping and the crashing that I want to hear all the time. But yeah, that's something that I'm really interested in trying to tease out, and that's like an ongoing process.
Yeah, of course. This idea of this weird present moment has the very distinct flavor, and you can't really evoke it in sound or in any other format by sort of.
Welcome. Here's something to make you really, really mad. Our country's infrastructure is crumbling. Potholes are becoming sinkholes, axle killers, tire busters. Our cities struggle to pay for services. The powers that be in bankrupt Detroit even cut off the water to some residents. Schools and libraries are closing. Public parks.
So I feel like we have to pair that with like a degree of optimism and a degree of kind of like forward propelling motion so that we can actually have some sort of say in the way that things are going.
Yeah, absolutely. I was having a conversation about science fiction literature with a friend, and he was just like, it's 95% dystopian.
Yeah.
You know? And this wasn't always the case. If you look back.
if you compare it to a prepaid checking account, we've taken off all the fees. Our economics allow us to do that because we can charge the prepaid rate that we charge to merchants, allows us to get economics that are satisfactory to us. But the value proposition, we think, is an exciting one. And so we
work that I don't have to go through and explain things or talk about like aesthetic pitfalls or like no-goes because he already knows that stuff so well. And that's been a process also, being in a partnership and a creative partnership. That's why it was really important for me to do movement by myself and not like this is my thing.
We've been able to raise deposits. That Stay Liquid is working. What's also happening is our customers are loyal to us and they are staying with us. But what we also had to do was very quickly reduce the level of expenses, of course, explain that to the company of why we were doing that, but also say that we're not
as well. So sometimes I have to dial it back a little bit because not everybody wants to hear the scraping and the crashing that I want to hear all the time. But yeah, that's something that I'm really interested in trying to tease out, and that's like an ongoing process.
Yeah, of course. This idea of this weird present moment has the very distinct flavor.
Are down from 40% in 1943 to just below 10% in 2012. All this as some of the largest and richest corporations are now resorting to legal hanky-panky that allows them to renounce their citizenship, meaning they can pretend to be headquartered abroad and make.
You got to lose it. It doesn't fit the character. 2 weeks later, the director came back and said, let's put in those few seconds of film. Because that animator was allowed to share what we refer to as his slice of genius, he was able to help that director reconceive the character in a subtle but important way that really improved the story.
Minority, or do you want me to hire the best person for the job? And Skipper says his answers were always the same: yes. And by saying yes to diversity, I honestly believe that ESPN is the most valuable cable franchise in the world. I think that's a part of the secret sauce. Now, I can tell you in my own industry,
Cavalry, like, thanks very much for bringing this to our attention, ladies. We'll take it from here. This results in a syndrome that I like to call premature self-congratulation. There's another group, though, that actively resists gender equality, that sees gender equality as something.
It just simply can't be done. And Bonnie said to me, but if you're going to take the journey, I'm going to see you through to the end of it. So I'll be there. And now we're there. And as we're looking out, kind of a surreal moment before the first stroke, standing on the rocks at Marina Hemingway, the Cuban.
And he admitted, if you had forced us to all be on one team, we might have focused on proving who was right and winning, and not on learning and discovering, really what was the best answer for Google. So why is it that Pixar and Google are able to innovate time and again? It's because they've mastered the capabilities required for that. They know.
And my job was to stay awake until her nightmares came so I could wake her. She opened a computer store, then studied to be a beautician and opened another business. And the women came with their stories about men who could not make the transition, angry and inflexible, and troubled children caught.
Now, it's fairly easy to find rocks of the right age at this point because the Earth is, to a coarse degree, geologically mapped. This is hard-won information. The annals of Earth history are written in rocks, one chapter upon the next, such that the oldest pages are on bottom and the youngest on top. Now, we're quite
less likely to be put on medication, more likely to go to the gym, report higher levels of marital satisfaction. So when men share housework and childcare, their wives are happier and healthier. And men certainly want this as well. When men share housework and childcare, the men are healthier. They smoke less, drink less.
Moving to the country they had worked so damn hard to get out of. What I thought might be a 6-month stint in Mumbai stretched to 6 years. I became a writer and found myself amid a magical story, the awakening of hope across much of the so-called third world.
You have to find the really, really old rocks of the Paleozoic, rocks between 500 million and 250 million years old. Now, if you want to find dinosaurs, don't look in the Paleozoic, you won't find them. They hadn't evolved yet. You have to find the younger rocks of the Mesozoic, and in the case of dinosaurs, between 235 and 66 million.
It's easy to see why Edward Teach and his fellow pirates could be seen as pioneers of modern communications design, and why their deadly symbol, why their deadly symbol of the skull and crossbones was a precursor of today's logos, rather like the big red letters standing behind.
What kind of world do people want to belong in at Pixar? A world where you're living at the frontier. So what do they focus their time on? Not on creating a vision. Instead, they spend their time thinking about how do we design a studio that has the sensibility of a public square so that people will interact. Let's put in a policy that anyone, no matter what.
There never has been, and so you go just for the pleasure of touching your foot to sand that no foot has ever touched before. You could spend 400 years doing just that. Right now, the moon is rising in the northeast. I can see this.
Because if you are going to embody disembodied Western rationality, you need a signifier. And what could be a better signifier of disembodied Western rationality than a garment that at one end is a noose and the other end points to the genitals?
Permit them to deal with the grave, grave crisis of climate change. But the mayor of Copenhagen had invited 200 mayors to attend. They came, they stayed, and they found ways and are still finding ways to work together, city to city and through intercity organizations. 80% of carbon.
And I'm going to propose something a little bit more radical. One word: share. Because here's what the data show. When men share housework and childcare, their children do better in school. Their children have lower rates of absenteeism, higher rates of achievement. They are less likely to be diagnosed with ADHD. They are less likely.
My drawings celebrate the beauty of what we all stand to lose. I hope they can serve as records of sublime landscapes in flux, documenting the transition and inspiring our global community to take action for the future. Thank you.
Right. When they don't work, someone or something is to blame. The final capability is creative resolution. This is about doing decision-making in a way that you can actually combine even opposable ideas to reconfigure them in new combinations to really produce a solution that is new and useful. So when you look at innovative organizations,
America's float would be a neon shrine to second chances. But America, generous with second chances to the children of other lands, today grows miserly with first chances to the children of its own. America still dazzles.
It's increasingly irrelevant to the kinds of decisions we face that have to do with global pandemics, a cross-border problem, with HIV, a transnational problem, with markets and immigration, something that goes beyond national borders, with terrorism, with war, all now cross-border.
And insisted that the same design principles were applied to them. The Nightingale Ward, as it is called, dominated hospital design for decades to come, and elements of it are still used today. But by then, design was seen as a tool of the industrial age. It was formalized and professional.
and up, where the boy hands the piece of chocolate to the bird, that 10 seconds took one animator almost 6 months to perfect. The other thing about a Pixar movie is that no part of the movie is considered finished until the entire movie wraps. So partway through one production, an animator drew a character with an art.
6 years ago, I returned to America and realized something. The American dream was thriving, but only in India. In America, not so much. In fact, I observed that America was fracturing into two distinct societies.
To pursue ever more ambitious and eclectic objectives. So in theory, basic platforms like crowdfunding, cloud computing, social media are giving greater freedom to professional designers and giving more resources for the improvisational ones and hopefully a more receptive.
And sea levels are likely to rise between 2 and 10 feet by century's end. I have dedicated my career to illuminating these projections with an accessible medium, one that moves us in a way that statistics may not. My process begins with
it's also going to solve the counterfeit drug problem and potentially save the rainforest. The truth is, this technology is in its infancy, and we're going to need to see a lot of experiments take place and probably fail before we truly understand all of the use cases for our economy.
And south to the equator to document the subsequent rising seas. Most recently, I visited the icy coast of Greenland and the low-lying islands of the Maldives, connecting two seemingly disparate but equally endangered parts of our planet. My drawings explore moments of
Same applied to another design maverick, Richard Buckminster Fuller. He was yet another brilliant design visionary and design activist who was completely committed to designing a sustainable society in such a forward-thinking way that he started talking about the importance of environmentalism in design.
Daring to dream that that child's life will be measured in decades, not days. Thank you.
America still dazzles at allowing anybody to become an American, but it is losing its luster at allowing every American to become a somebody. Over the last decade, 7 million foreigners gained American citizenship. Remarkable. In the meanwhile, how many Americans gained a place?
Is the first step to engaging men to support gender equality. Now, when men first hear about gender equality, when they first start thinking about it, they often think, many men think, well, that's right, that's fair, that's just, that's the ethical imperative. But not all men. Persuasive here. I think we have the persuasive numbers, the data to prove to men that gender equality is not a zero-sum game, but a win-win. Here's what the data show. Now, when men begin the process of engaging with balancing work and family, we often have two. And the son is brought to the hospital emergency room. And as they're bringing the son into the hospital emergency room attending physician sees the boy and says, "Oh, I can't treat him, that's my son." How is this possible? We were flummoxed by this. We could not figure this out.
The closer Rasuddin got to the America he had coveted from afar, the more he realized there was another, equally real America that was stingier with second chances. The man who shot Rasuddin grew up in that stingier America.
Platform on which to store any attestation about any individual from any source. This allows us to create a user-controlled, portable identity. More than a profile, it means you can selectively reveal the different attributes about.
On the contrary, it takes about 250 people 4 to 5 years to make one of those movies. To help us understand the process, an individual in the studio drew a version of this picture. He did so reluctantly because it suggested that their process was a neat series of steps done by discrete groups.
If we think back to when we were hunter-gatherer economies, we really just traded within our village structure. We had some informal constraints in place, but we enforced all of our trade with violence or social repercussions. As our societies grew more complex and our trade routes grew more distant.
When I was a lot younger, I remember there was a riddle that was posed to us, and some of you may wince to remember this riddle. This riddle went something like this. A man and his son are driving on the freeway, and they're in a terrible accident, and the father is killed. And the son is brought to the hospital emergency room.
Even with all those arrows, he thought it failed to really tell you just how iterative, interrelated, and frankly messy their process was. Throughout the making of a movie at Pixar, the story evolves. So think about it. Some shots go through quickly. They don't all go through in order.
Rasuddin had gone on his own journey, a pilgrimage to Mecca. Amid its crowds, he felt immense gratitude, but also duty. He recalled promising God as he lay dying in 2001 that if he lived, he would serve humanity all his days.
Now go down to the mouth of the Missouri near St. Louis, and it's pretty obvious that that river is a big deal. But go up into the Bitterroots and look at the Missouri, and human prospection does not allow us to see it as anything special. Now go back to the Cretaceous period and look at our tiny fuzzball ancestors.
To precisely target diseases in ways I never imagined would be possible. Surely we can tap into that kind of talent and tools to stop babies dying in the poor world. If we did, then every parent would
and set them alight so they sizzled menacingly whenever his ship was poised to attack. And like many pirates of that era, he flew a flag that bore the macabre symbols of a human skull and a pair of crossed bones, because those motifs had signified death in so many cultures for centuries that their meaning was instantly.
The leaders had learned to see their role as setting direction and making sure that no one deviated from it. What he did is tell them it was time for them to think about rethinking what they were supposed to do. Because what was happening is that everybody was looking up, and you weren't seeing the kind of bottom-up.
Younger men today expect to be able to balance work and family. They want dual career, dual carer couples. They want to be able to balance work and family with their partners. They want to be involved fathers. Now, it turns out that the more egalitarian our relationship,
they also learn how to advocate for their point of view. They understand that innovation rarely happens unless you have both diversity and conflict. Creative agility is about being able to test and refine that portfolio of ideas through quick pursuit, reflection, and adjustment. It's about discovery-driven learning, where you act.
And I think it also threatens to hold back businesses. You see, researchers have coined this term color blindness to describe a learned behavior where we pretend that we don't notice race. If you happen to be surrounded by a bunch of people who look like you, that's purely accidental. Now, color blindness in my of